Thank you. No. Alright, so I did a little theory crafting for this. We're gonna start over because I want to do the actual main quest with the attributes at 1. Also because I watched the speed run, the SGDQ speed run. That was from a few days ago. And apparently there's, you could skip Kogarin. You don't have to do that. You can just go to the Cavern of the Incarnate, so I want to try that out. See how that works. So we are Keanu.
Well, not even last
Oh,
night's
Alward.
storm could wake
We're
you.
going well.
I heard
doing
them
well.
say we've reached Morrowind. I'm sure they'll let us go. Quiet. Here comes the guard.
This is where you get off. Come with me.
I don't know if it's a difference, if it's like a bug that lets you skip it. Like, I always assumed you had to do that quest before you could even enter that door.
This is where they want you. Head down to the dock and it'll show you to the census office.
You finally arrived, but our records don't show from where.
We're gonna be an orc again. I think orcs are very exploity because so you get 200 fatigue for 200 seconds, or for 60 seconds. Normally you would have like 200 fatigue, so that wouldn't be that significant. But the way that the equations work for calculating if things succeed is it'll multiply your success chance by the rate, a value proportional to your ratio between your current fatigue and your maximum fatigue. So it ends up being between 0.75 and 1.25. So 75% or 125%. I have a black eye? No. Allergies
Welcome,
probably just
Moon and
have.
Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thanks for subscribing, Cowboy Jesus. So since we're only going to have 4 fatigue, fortifying it by 200 points, when you do the math out, would multiply your success chance of everything you do by like 25 times. So we should be able to open locks, level 100 locks, with like 5 security.
Great. I'm sure you'll fit right
So
in.
having low
Follow
and
me up to the office
having
and
these
you'll
low
finish
attributes
your
would actually be
release.
a bit of a boon.
Ah, yes, we've been expecting you. You'll have to be recorded before you're officially released. There are a few ways we can do this, and the choice is yours.
Okay, so for a custom class, shut up phone. Right when I start, my phone started being like beep 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 beep. It's like, oh, emails you don't care about. So for stats, I actually think I'm gonna go with axe because I think getting a constant effect axe enchantment will be useful. Since they're weightless. What are you doing, cat? What? What? And also, I want to get multiple skill things. I think just having things to fall back on could be useful. Hand to hand and maybe short blade. Because we're gonna mostly be relying on the berserk buff. Whoops.
Very good.
I didn't mean to
the
do
letter
that.
that preceded you mentioned you were born under a certain sign. And what would that be?
And I think Atronach would be great for this too, still. Warrior would be nice, but if we're going to be relying so heavily on the Berserk buff, we don't care about accuracy. So we'll go with Atronach for the effectively 50% Magicka negation.
Interesting. Now, before I stamp these papers, make sure this information is correct.
It is not. And security, mercantile, speedcraft, unarmored, and alchemy. So I can see potion effects. Combat specialization, that makes sense. Okay. Hello, Pepsi lover. And hello, Threnode. So our axe is starting at 40, that's pretty good.
Show your papers to the captain when you exit to get your release fee.
Alright, put that back over here. I took a screenshot.
Continue through to the next building and talk to Celisgravius.
And also no fortifying our stats, so that's not an option for us. So we can't just drink a bunch of Sujamma. Alright, so now we gotta set our stats with the very complicated mod that I designed. Set speed, 1. Intelligence, 1. Willpower, 1. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Personality, 1. Endurance, 1. Oh, and my luck. Luck, 1. There we go. I can't move. Got a strip. I'm keeping his ring. What happened in the last run? I want to do the actual main quest. I don't want to just do the back path. Also, because I don't think the back path will be feasible, because we need a bunch of fortify health potions, and that might be tough to do.
I am not amused.
Thank you for the kind words, Outward. He's just like me. Hello, Serene Seraph.
I am not amused.
Get ready for everybody to be harassing us. Want to have enough gold to buy a scroll of Obsidian Intervention. What Morrowind sign would fit you best, and which one would you take in real life if you had a choice? I want to be the tower, not so much for unlocking locks, but for detection, which would be cool. Well, assuming nobody else had magic, then the magic ones would be useless. Like the Apprentice or the Atronach. The tower could be fun. I know, for unlocking locks. Imagine you do like a magic trick. Only once per day, but still. What about the healing one? What would the healing do? Could it, like, cured, like, terminal illnesses? I take that. Yeah, we talked about it before. Healing magic in these worlds. We assumed that they only They can just enhance your body's natural healing abilities, right? So can a healer cure cancer? Because the body can naturally get rid of it. Can healing magic force it into remission? Does cancer exist in fantasy worlds with healers? That's an interesting question.
If there's an excuse to wear clothes, you're it.
Do my eyes deceive me? I'm not used to such lively company.
Do they even have cells for there to be cancer? In the Elder Scrolls universe? Well, we have no idea how biology works over here. But clearly there's something going on because Corpus is able to make them grow like tumorous growths. Body cells that have gone rogue. That's what cancer is basically. You're always growing cancer cells that just kind of that do wrong, but the body typically handles it. And just like, okay, we'll get rid of them. But if the body misses it, they can grow out of control. So I'm wondering if healing magic would get the body's immune system to be like, oh, let's go into hyperdrive and get rid of this thing.
You are a fool to walk around like that.
Yeah.
Die, Fetcher.
I can't handle that. I don't have any weapons. I guess I do have my fists. Everyone's a dream in Tess. Who says this world isn't a dream? There's no answer to hard solipsism. The world's not a dream, a nightmare, perhaps? Well, nightmares are just a subset of dreams. One man's nightmare is another man's dream. How does magic work on Nirn? Is it like D&D sorcerers, where it's innate? Or wizards, where you can learn enough to study? I think it's a bit of both. Robes. Now we're weightless. It's probably like athleticism in real life, where a lot of people have the potential for it, but if you don't train and like hone it, it's basically like
moving creatures are all the same.
Excuse me. What was I saying?
This is an unwelcome surprise.
Athleticism, yeah. Like, oh, this person can, I don't know, run a mile in however many minutes, whatever's a fast time. Maybe you could do that naturally, just, right out the gate without any training. But to be optimal, you would need training. So I assume magic is like that. But in the Elder Scrolls universe, since life is naturally, or at least humanoid life is magical in nature, just like from their creation. I don't have enough gold for a trip, do I? Because of that, I would assume some would have more attunement to Aetherius or the Arbus or whatever it is.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
The Dwemer were unable to do magic? I don't know if they were unable to. They just, it was very tech magic. Damn it. I don't have enough gold. I wonder if I use Berserk, will it reduce the cost of the trip? It makes it more expensive. What? Why? Why does it cost more? Oh, you're angry. We're not going to take you.
Your wounds are great.
Come on, man. Shit. Not in front of the script. Why can't I swing? Oh, there we go. My fists are my only weapon. Oh, there, there goes the script. Is tonal magic not magic? Well, they call it tonal architecture. And that's different because it's different.
Why walk when you can ride?
That was stupid. Okay, so that's not gonna work. My personality is so low, they're hiring assassins to kill me. Did the script backstab you? Oh no, my berserk buff ran out. And if you have, it fortifies your health by 20 points. And if you have less than 20 health, when the buff runs out, you die. Will be an IRL example of one person with, or of a person with one personality. I don't know, the Unabomber? Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, please, by all means, ask me lots of questions.
Whatever.
Go find a guard and stop bothering me.
I need to steal something and then sell it to someone. Oh, Flynn, perfect. Even the Unabomber had some deranged fans. Yeah, but if, like, you didn't know who he was and you met him on the street, you'd be like, oh, who's this guy? Or if you met him in a cabin in the woods.
What a winning personality.
That's good. That works. People who have a blue check mark.
Find someone else to bother.
Gainer has one personality, but he's got like 5,000 luck, so it works out. The next place we have to go. We need to get back to Balmora. Yeah.
Keep moving, scum.
Every stat is just one in every stat is just a vegetative state. I don't know about that. I think you could still have a little bit of personality.
Why walk when you can ride?
Or at least people can view you with some personality.
There's no time for talk now. Go.
Good for one sneeze every stream. I still need more gold. I don't want to use the creature merchants because that feels like it's circumventing my one personality-ness. You know what I mean?
Annoying Outlander.
You can make your own luck by being optimistic and seeing chances. I had one professor who basically said the key to success is being there.
Annoying Outlanders.
You know? It's like, if you don't show up, the chances are gonna, you know, blow by.
Keep moving, scum.
So maybe that's what luck is, just, you know. Everybody has the same chances of something happening, but if you're if you roll the dice multiple times, you'll eventually you'll roll a 6. Come on, turn to me.
Annoying Outlanders.
Oops. Ah, my stupid mouse wire.
Find someone else.
Well, I think the idea of being there just implies like making attempts. It doesn't literally mean like being there, although you might have to be there wherever it is, wherever there is in some scenarios. But just
Keep
simply,
moving, scum.
and it doesn't mean take chances. It just means roll the dice. No. If there's a pair of dice to roll them. The metaphorical dice. I don't recommend gambling. Usually, you're gonna lose. One part preparation, one part ready to take advantage of opportunities. Yeah.
The one from far away has
Be ready to
too
jump at the
much
chances.
talk.
Do I want to sell this to him? Who has more gold than Revere? In Balmora. That I could sell his sword to. Screw it. Oh, wait. Nope, that won't work. Making a steal off of that, friend. The armorer. Nope, too late. Sword blade is 30, axe is 40. I didn't take spear for some reason. What am I doing? Being mildly friendly and generally nice people tends to net you a good amount of good fortune.
Why do you out
Yeah, but basically just don't behave in a way where people aren't going to want to be around you. Because then the people who have opportunities are going to stay away. Everything is transactional.
No, I don't have time for
But yeah,
you.
this is the nature of living in society. You got to be nice to people. It'll serve you in the long run. Hopefully. I mean, sometimes you could be unlucky, and it doesn't work out.
What? Why do you disturb me?
I don't have time for you.
I mean, you could have just walked into the world, and then some omnipotent god could have console commanded all your stats to 1, and then everybody gets mad at you when you walk by them. Except for that guy.
This should be interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna recall. Oops.
Leave me.
So we got an amulet of recall. We don't have an amulet of mark yet. Everybody's so mean. Wonder if there's a mod to make people shut up. Talk too much.
Well, this should be interesting. This better be good.
We want to get a couple scrolls of civic intervention. What is it, cat? What? What? He's meowing at me. He wants to be on camera. What? His name is Guido. Or Guides for short. I didn't name him. Yeah, good boy. Right now, it just looks like I'm wearing a boa. Like half of a boa. Okay, come on. What? What? He's a good boy. I'll buy 2 scrolls of Civi. Yeah.
I don't like you much, stranger.
Oh, actually, we want to get the Bound Battle Axe spell as well. Then when we got enough gold, we can enchant a piece of jewelry with Bound Axe. I want to go with the axe just because it does the most damage of like everything.
Well, this should
And
be interesting.
since our strength is low to begin with, we're going to have to get as much damage as we can get out of our weapons as possible. You know, he looks chubby, but he's pretty svelte. Right, good boy? Yeah? He's just got a lot of fur. Very floofy. How much do we need to bribe for a cat cam? He's never in the same spot, so it wouldn't work out. Yeah. He's got like 4 boxes in this room that he cycles between. Where was I going to next?
We make a special trip just for you.
Yeah, I know.
Same low price.
Caius. Then I need 4 cat cams. Do we have AI movement tracking cameras yet? I think we had that before AI.
I'm sure there's someone else you can bother.
Oh, I gotta change these keybinds. Hold on. Wait. I don't know why you can't rebind your fists to a different key.
Another tourist.
It's always 0. All right. You encountered a bug that soft locked you from starting any quests with the temple. What kind of a soft lock? Where am I going? Stupid freaking mouse wire. Never have Oblivion crash as much as you did. Yeah, I think it's because I alt-tab sometimes, and I think that that causes it to crash, but later. Or something, I don't know. And there's apparently a mod that fixes the alt-tabbing issue, but it makes like a weird border around the screen. Needs to be the next rank to start any quests, but there was no possible way for me to rank up for some reason. That's weird. Let's take out this old man.
You make this too easy.
That was easy.
Surrender your life, and I will end.
Oh, right. You can sell that dart. Takes a while to heal. $191 hours? Yep. You heal based on your endurance. Meditating on a bridge. In the rain. Oh. No, wait, I should use the Tonto. Ugh. That's like 2 days worth of healing. I want to save Berserk. I don't know why I'm... There we go. Not getting interrupted more often. Yeah, you'd think. I wonder if the amount of time you wait doesn't affect the chances of being interrupted. What's my plan for beating this run? Just the main quest. And we'll see how it goes. Make a lot of use out of Berserk. Whoa. What the... Why is it jumping so high? That was weird. What was that about? Hold the box. I'll take that levitate potion, actually. Yeah. And we pop back to... place. Kenshi going better this time? Nope. Still crashing like crazy. And I don't know why. And it's not just it's blue screening. And then you think like, oh, is there something wrong with my computer? But it's only Kenshi that does it. Windows 11, Windows 10.
Do not waste my
So, yeah.
time.
I mean, the problem is the game was made in like 2000, but was released in 2018, so it's
I can already tell
bit old.
I'm not going to like this.
It's like 20 years old when it was released. Yeah, the only reason why I was able to do the no XP run in Oblivion was because buying stuff doesn't give you XP. If buying stuff gave you XP, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Someone watching.
I don't think.
I can tell.
It'd be hard to do without Apotheosis.
You're not
I went to the wrong guild.
charming your way into my graces, friend.
You've tried compatibility mode? I have not. I also installed like those performance mods and stuff. Still, they weren't helping.
Don't press your luck.
Even that NVIDIA one, because I have an NVIDIA card. Still didn't work. It's so strange. I just want to run Hashish and make some cats or whatever the money is called.
What?
Stay out of trouble and you won't
Why do you
get hurt.
disturb me?
Don't press your luck.
Yeah, Kenshi was made by one guy, wasn't it? Took him like 10 years, but he did it. I mean, I respect the effort. Man, is it not future-proofed? Get it running just in time for Kenshi too. Yeah, right. You know, it's a shame because, like, admittedly, the way that you interact with the world in Kenshi and the actual, like, how do I say it? The whole, like, squad management types of games never really appealed to me.
What's this about?
But I wanted to give Kenshi a try because it seemed like, you know, very open-ended. So I was like, I can handle the weirdness of controls that I'm not used to. Like, this genre, I can deal with that. But the performance is just so terrible. It's like, oh man, I gotta deal with both now? It sucks. Let's go get that skull.
There is someone watching me, I can tell.
Follow 4 in survival mode is really fun.
Where would you like to go?
I ended up installing a mod for Fallout 4 Survival that added immersive fast travel. So basically you can only fast travel between your, what are the settlements? Between your settlements if you had fuel, and you had to make fuel by, like, farming certain resources and, you know, making materials and stuff. So it was like, it was an unnecessary extra addition that didn't really need to be there, but it still felt like you had to build up to it. It's like you unlock more fast travel. And I mostly did that because vertibirds were too slow. Like, you throw the grenade and you have to wait like 20 minutes for the thing to show up. How we doing? We're doing well, Lord Oreo. We started a new build. And we're doing the main quest instead of just killing Levesque. Orcs are overpowered. What are my major skills? Axe, acrobatics, athletics, hand-to-hand, and short blade. But we're gonna focus on axe soon enough. I'm gonna get a little bit more gold. Short blade's pretty strong. Just because it's so fast. Oh, and scrolls. Scrolls will be very useful too. I don't want to rely on scrolls though, for 2 reasons. 1, they're heavy. 2, seems boring. Oh wow, I was actually hitting him with whoop. Oh no, I still had Berserk, never mind. Well, we're gonna have to wait here for a minute. So, my throat's dying. So how we all doing? Wow, elevator roach. 6 months, thank you.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
Oh, there he is.
I have prepared a place for you.
Daggers and damage health or absorb is very nasty too. Yeah. They should have made a native fast travel option for each faction. Hmm. The Institute can teleport to places, can't they? Like, don't you have some sort of option to be able to teleport? Or can you only teleport to the Institute? Almost there. Built a small table from scrap wood to stash things on my balcony. Cool. I built something out of wood once. It's this. I made 6 of them. It is a box with mineral wool. It acts as like a sound dampener, I think. It's supposed to. I don't know how well it works. It's a bit wobbly and lopsided, but it's not. I don't need it to hold anything up, so it's okay. We got the skull. Okay, I can just teleport back. What am I doing? Oh, damn it.
Why do you Outlanders think you can bother anyone you please?
No. The game looks good for its age. Well, I do have some graphical improvements at it. I think there's like... I think some of the mods are like... They like improve the texture resolution. I think the sky is just a picture. Like, that's just sky.jpg. .jpg.
Why
Clouds move.
when you can ride?
Yeah, but they all move together. And I'm pretty sure one of the moons is just Mars. The sky is good, though. It's not bad. The night skies look nice. And if you add in, like, post-processing mods and stuff, you can get the lighting to look really good. But I still want to preserve that traditional appearance.
Say your business.
Is there an RTX mode yet? Maybe? I don't know. I think the post-processing might have something similar to that. Good lighting can really benefit a fantasy game. Yeah. Lighting makes all the difference. For every game. It's so critical.
Can't you?
Oh, wait, actually, no. We'll go to... Buy a lockpick. It's expensive for a lockpick.
Can already...
Annoying Outlanders.
Too complex. But if I berserk, I already used it today. Damn it. And I'm levitating, so I can't rest. No. People want... Things are so expensive.
No, I don't have time for you.
Does she have a bed? She has a bed.
You
Oh, come on, man. Hey.
You Inma.
Oops. Infinity. Wait, where am I in? Oh, that was weird. My menu got turned off. Never got past the start of Skyrim and always end up back in Oblivion. You should definitely give Skyrim a try. It's pretty fun. Can you join the Dark Brotherhood in this game? No, but you could join the Morag Tongue, which is legal assassinry. Okay, let's see if my theory is correct. Yep. We should be able to pick all locks with the Berserk buff. That's ridiculous. And we need a shirt, maybe? So the reason why it works is because the success equation for everything takes into account your current fatigue divided by your maximum fatigue with other numbers. My maximum fatigue is 4. When I fortify it with the Berserk buff, it becomes 200. So then it's modified by 200 divided by 4. Or half. Half of that. So 25. Plus 1. Or plus a half. So all my success chances are 25.5 times greater. Which is stupid. But I'm rolling with it. Actually, I wonder if that means I can get better prices. Just in general. That other person was like, get away from me. I'm charging you more for a trip. Oh. Okay, so it's very easy to... Oh, man. Orcs are overpowered. Oh, that is stupid. I can get everything for 1 coin. Oh my god. How many mercantile levels did I get from that? Only 1. Okay. Does this affect all skills? Any skill that uses fatigue in the equation. I believe it's cheap, so it is. What makes orcs overpowered? The Berserk buff. Berserk with 4 fatigue It makes everything like 25 times more successful. I'm mugging her with my words. I wonder if I could sell this book to her for 903 coins. That feels... That feels cheaty. Although I do only have one in every attribute, so... It's none of my business. It costs 1 coin. What's the lowest you can get an Orc's Fatigue naturally in character creation? Probably 55? Maybe 50? So I can get Bound Battle Axe for 300 seconds for 1 coin. Thank you, Galbadir. You're very sweet. You're so kind. Who needs creature merchants? Yeah. Should I just go talk to Dagothar and be like, stop? And he'll be like, okay. How it works not ruling Tamriel already? Because they have naturally high fatigue, so the Berserk doesn't work too good. Back to Caius. This will actually be a very easy way for me to train my mercantile, because we need level 3. Anyway. How does the Berserk work? It fortifies your fatigue. Ugh, keep explaining this. Why isn't everybody just here at the same time? It fortifies fatigue by 200 points, and I only have 4 fatigue, so I end up having 204 out of 4 fatigue, and all the calculations take into account your maximum fatigue, and your current fatigue, so it ends up being 204 over 4. So the equation basically multiplies everything by 25%. Your chances increase ridiculously. So I can buy this for 1 coin. Oh. What? But I'm Keanu. Can I sell it back to him for 803? No. But if I persuade him, then can I sell it back to him for 803 coins? Yes, I can. If I buy it for 500, then sell it back to him for 500. And then I can level up.
You in.
Do it. Okay, we're gonna have to reset these. Did While Gothic Sleeps on OSRS today? Oh, that came out today?
With pleasure. Please, go ahead. I'm all ears.
Oh, wait. I gotta buy it. I bought it for $26.62. Or sold it. Yeah, bought it for $26 and then sold it for $26.63. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Wrong way. This is a stupid way to level up. But I need level 3. Could use this method to make a ton of money. If you really wanted to. So if you didn't know, the experience you get from Mercantile is related to the difference in raw amount between how much you purchased and how much you sold. Or what the item's worth and how much you actually get it for. So since this item's only worth like 2 coins and I'm selling it for 1,200, get a lot of XP. It's not percent based, it's raw value based. Why am I jumping so high? Why do I jump so high? With Berserk. Am I like... What? High athletics and strength? Well, no, I definitely don't have high strength. Is jump height affected by fatigue as well? Jump height must be affected by fatigue. Yeah, let me, Morrowind acrobatics. 0 carry weight? Yeah, but my carry weight isn't affected by the Berserk power, because when I don't have the Berserk power, I can't jump that high. Finally, I can have a little bit of personality. Nope. Hey, let me look this up. How come UESP isn't on my in the Google results like immediately anymore? Level acrobatics now. Let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes. It's Morrowind. Everything is affected by fatigue. I know everything is, but I'm wondering, like, I wonder. I'm just curious what the formula is. I know with 125 acrobatics, you never take fall damage. The Morrowind acrobatics formula. Morrowind jump height formula. Can I kill Dagoth without destroying the heart with this character? I believe, like the heart, Dagoth number 2 restores like 1,000 health per second. So I don't think so. Yeah, I can't find the equation. Although jump height is affected by fatigue because you can jump higher with full fatigue as opposed to 0 fatigue, so I guess we could jump 25 times higher when we're berserking. Back to Caius. Wait, did I? Yeah, we leveled up. Alright, back to Caius.
Go find a guard and stop bothering me.
Your challenge build became a cheese build. It's still going to be a bit of a challenge because we have to finish all combat within a minute. And
why do you Outlanders think you can
we still only have like 50 carry weight.
Go ahead.
And we can't join any guilds or get any training, so that's also a thing.
Annoying Outlanders.
Haven't tried jumping while zerking your burr up until now. Well, it's because I'm usually fighting, and it's pretty tense, because if I get hit once, I fall over. What's my difficulty at, anyway? Is that it? Baseline? Yeah.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
Also, I don't... Just because we have a high jump height doesn't mean we can survive falls. Berserk and bribe them to let you in? Bribe who? So only jump to high landing points then? Yeah, but I have to aim really well then. Guilds? No, because there are minimum skill requirements, or attribute requirements for joining guilds. For the Mages Guild, I think it's 30 intelligence and 30 willpower. Oh no, it was over here.
Beginning to annoy me.
Annoying Outlanders.
So much to remember.
Annoying Outlanders.
You will die. You idiot.
To
the gods with you. It will die. Your life ends here, Orc.
Uh-oh. 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 Get the other one.
It will
Aaliyah.
die.
I should have berserked. I did it. Is the inevitable plan to get perpetual bound armor?
Oh, come on, leave me alone.
No. Because some of the bound armor increases your attributes.
Thank you. What do you ask of me?
Not allowed to use enchanted items to raise my attributes? Nope. Everything's got to be one. Because otherwise you could just drink a bunch of Sujama. And go crazy. The next... St. Holmes. Oh no, I didn't need to do that. Damn it. Whoops. I'm gonna die. Oh. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna die once the berserk wears off, I think. Well. So there's your jumpies. Uh-oh. So why am I not jumping as high now? Huh. Oh, because I have less and less fatigue. Oh. Because it doesn't restore. I see. So you have, like... I have 1 health. Oh my god. So the first jump ahead of the lawman is really far. But the second jump isn't as far. And the third jump basically is the same as a regular jump. Lost fatigue when you jumped, yeah. I wonder how much fatigue was lost. Let's see. So we have 153. Only 153. Oh, when I have my agility drained slightly, it makes the berserk buff even more powerful. Yeah, you lose a little bit of fatigue when you jump. Do you lose any when you land? You lose a little bit when you land. Yeah. And of course you lose some by walking. Do some backwards long jumping. Is there a way to make this even crazier with drain attributes on self? Maybe. Just drain our willpower, our strength. Well, no, because then... if our strength were 0, then we'd have no carry weight. And that'd be tough. Even with feather, I think no carry weight would still cause you to be over-encumbered. But yeah, if we had 0 endurance, 0 agility, 0 willpower, we'd have 1 fatigue. It's like they didn't balance this game with this idea in mind. Oop. Hold on. But yeah, so in the base game, you could drain all your stats. Did I just fall over? Yeah, my berserk wore off.
We're watching.
Come on, I haven't got all day, you know.
Scum.
And actually, it's easier to taunt people, too. They, like, immediately get mad at you. Because you're, like, screaming in their face, I guess.
Find someone else to bother.
Yeah, the drawback... Yeah, you fall over and nearly die.
Leave me.
For the benefit of, like, being able to do anything. It's like you can become omnipotent for 60 seconds, but afterwards you might die. Even without this fatigue cheese, Berserk is still a pretty good power. I mean, it gives you 100 attack for a minute. Basically perfect accuracy for a minute.
Khajiit has no time for you. Oh, come on, leave me alone.
Can I survive this fall? Nope. Can I survive this fall? Yes. Shit. How do we get out of here? Ah.
Find someone else to bother.
Hello, Mayor Milo. Ugh, why do you stink? I was in the sewers. Oh, okay.
Why do you Outlanders think you can bother anyone you please?
I need to get back to Caius, but I didn't place a mark anywhere, so it's gonna take a minute. Mostly because I gotta figure out how to get the hell out of this place.
Not now, Outlander. Head on.
Why do you Outland?
Love pressing all the blue dialogues. Yeah, I don't want to... I know I don't have to. There are only a few ones that you actually need. but I don't want to accidentally miss any.
Oh, come on, leave me alone.
Is that an OpenMW49 feature? It's in 0.48. I think that there's a checkbox you have to enable. It's not on by default.
Keep moving, scum.
Oh, so I've been playing this game called Lunacid or Lunacid. It's a fun game. It's bundled with Dread Delusion, but I don't think it's made by the same people. And within like the first 10 minutes of the game, you encounter a creature that looks like a Silt Strider, and I'm like, I think there might be an inspiration here. And then later in the game, you find a bunch of like undead creatures with their faces hollowed out. And I'm like, I think these people played Morrowind at least once or twice. But it's a good game. The music is amazing in that game. Music is fantastic. It says it's a Souls-like, but it's not really a Souls-like. I don't think so.
Where would you like to go?
You know, you don't keep progress between deaths. Like, you just go back to your last save. That's not really a Souls-like. Looks a bit like Kingsfield. Yeah, that's the... I think it was mostly inspired by Kingsfield, because it's like a dungeon crawler sort of a thing. But seriously, the music in that game is awesome. Excuse me. And the music is great. The game is called Lunacid. It's like lunacy, but instead of the Y, it's ID. Lunacid, Lunacid, something like that. Next order is Hasawa Zain Subani.
I'm all you.
And what's cool is every time a song plays in the game, it actually says in the bottom corner what the name of the song is. Like when you enter a new area. So it's like, this is the song. It's like, oh, thank you. And here's who made it.
There's no time for talk now. Go.
One of the composer's names is Akuma Kira, which I'm pretty sure means darkness killer, but I could be wrong. It's very like, I don't know, apropos. Another guy's name is Jaron Christ, but at first I thought it said Jesus Christ, and I was like, oh, Jesus wrote the music for this game. Yeah, Akuma, or Akuma, I don't know how you pronounce it. It either means like demon or darkness or something like that. I know Aku means darkness. No, not dark mark. Hence Samurai Jack. Aku.
You again? How tough.
Evil. Yeah. Love your latest YouTube content, bro. You demand. Thank you very much, Alaskan Meowth. Yet another regional form. Could I do a vid or a stream of it? Could be fun. I don't know if I could do a video of it, but I could. Maybe. I still want to beat it first.
Your wounds.
Seems like it's a short game. I don't need to sell these because who needs money in this world? The hand-to-hand animation is crazy. There's what in Lunacid? I didn't know there was hand-to-hand in that. Oh, in Naruto. Oh. That's different. I watched Naruto when it was first airing on, what was it, on Cartoon Network? On, like, Saturdays? This was, like, 10 years ago. Or not 10 years, like, 15 years ago. Then I stopped watching it. I think I just lost track of it. I got to the part where I think they were like in a forest. It was like part of the exam or something. 20 years ago even? Yeah, maybe 20. Began airing last Kalpa. The what exam? Was it the tuning exam? I think that was what it was called.
I can already tell I'm not going to like this.
Annoying outlanders.
Annoying Outlander, are you sure about that? Oh, now you love me.
Isn't there someone else you can talk to?
Used to watch the sub-Japanese version when it was current, until the fillers. That's the problem with so much anime, is all the filler. But then the other problem is, if they don't do filler, then it's like 10 years between each season. Filler episodes can be good, build character arcs. Yeah, but the problem is the filler episodes aren't canon, so those character arcs end up getting tossed aside when the actual main thing happens. So it ultimately doesn't matter. And a lot of times, the episodes are boring. New orders, gotta go to the camp.
If I can be of any assistance.
You know.
Annoying outlanders.
Like actual berserkers from history. You know, I remember hearing something about actual berserkers weren't crazy maniacs. They were just shirtless guys wearing bear skin. Like they weren't like drugged up or anything. They were just guys who dressed a certain way. But I can't be certain about that. I like that idea though. I like the idea of them being shirtless, bear skin wearing guys on drugs. That sounds fun.
You creatures are all the same.
Oh. That guy killed a bear.
What do you take me for, a fool? Go away.
What do I need? Side of the Mora. I'm gonna buy... I think I can make my own intervention amulets.
Go ahead, stranger.
Since enchanting doesn't cost anything. One anime where they caught up to the manga and instead of doing filler, they simply stopped making the anime. That's what a lot of...
I don't have time.
Like,
Your creatures are all the same.
I've seen that happening a lot with a lot of... I know, like, One Punch Man, the reason why it's taking so long for Season 3 is because they had to wait. Because they didn't want to do filler. I think the same was true with Attack on Titan. Can I get Civi Intervention?
Don't press your luck. You creatures are all...
I think filler's less common because... I don't know, how often are they doing... I don't even watch TV anymore, like actual cable TV. But how often do they run like those anime blocks? I assume most of it's just streamed now. Through various services. I was always a normie when it came to anime, if I'm honest. I typically only watch the like really popular, exciting ones, and even then. That wasn't even the right one.
Spit it out or hit the road. Filthy sweat.
Damn it. Why are the priests the most aggressive? Oh wow, all the spells are one. Normally when it comes to anime, you mean bathe? Yeah, right. This stream was brought to you by... Oh, if I had enough magicka, I bet I could cast any spell with 100% chance of meatballs with the berserk buff.
Leave me.
Hello, Fetter Hobbit. They stopped right in the middle of an arc and never finished? Oh, that's weird.
I can already tell I'm not going to like this.
It seems now a lot of studios are waiting for an arc to be finished, then they do an anime, instead of like trying to do it at the same time. Which I guess is fair. It seems reasonable.
This better be good. Now this should be interesting.
No, I need to... Enchanting. Keep getting distracted. conventions have been putting out signs lately telling their convention goers to bathe and wear deodorant.
I have a feeling you and I are about to become very close.
Finally finished your 100% Elden Ring DLC playthrough? Ooh, 100%. They don't understand the signs because they don't care for dubs. Hold on. Someone was leaving skid marks on the chairs at a Warhammer tournament. I hope you mean sweat. All right, we'll make an Civi ring. I could just get Adu Samsi's ring. There's another one we can loot somewhere. You shut up, phone. Divine amulet. You don't mean sweat? Ew. How? Was he taking his pants off while he was sitting there? Like, how? Ugh. People are disgusting. Humanity is gross. Whoops. You ever enchant an amulet and then leap into the air? Like, isn't Warhammer really expensive? What? Oh, hello, mouse. Isn't Warhammer, like, super expensive? How can you be that disgusting and make enough of a living to be able to afford that stuff? Did they get in early on Bitcoin or something? Like, what's going on?
Where would you like to go?
Yeah, where do I have to go? There's a mark here. The camp. I'm gonna grab the levitation buff.
When you can ride.
Dan, so why you gotta do this to me? We both know you're eventually gonna sell me something.
Spit it out or hit the road.
Couldn't you just 3D print the models? Or is that like, again, is that bad? Like, not in the spirit of the game. You'd have to have a 3D print. Yeah, but 3D print has got to be cheaper than all the models. Printing resin isn't that much cheaper. Oh. So how much do Warhammer models cost? It would be illegal. Oh. Ugh. A pack of 10 Marines is like $70. Jeez. And it probably costs them like 15 cents to manufacture them all. Oh no, recall.
Annoying. We make a special trip just for you. Where would you like to go?
You know, I had an interesting, getting off topic, I had an interesting idea for a run where I only have a month to defeat Dagoth. I think Juve might have done something similar in Skyrim. But basically I only have a month. So it kind of limits how much you can wait to heal, first of all. I'm just going to avoid these guys. And also you have to be careful with travel, because every Silt Strider trip you take is like 2 hours. And it'd be tough because I usually do a lot of waiting just so it's not dark. Because I realize how dark the game can be. And yeah, obviously it's like, oh, just do the speed run and you'll be able to do it. It's like, yeah, but the speed runs, I don't know. First of all, you can't do the typical speedrun strats on OpenMW because it just doesn't work. A lot of the bugs are, I think they're engine bugs for the most part. Will that just turn into a lot of walking? Probably. Or running. Be kind of like the vampire thing. But you gotta figure, like, you know, will it be faster to run to this place, or would it be faster to just take the Silk Strider? If it's really close, it might be faster to run, especially if you have the Boots of Blinding Speed. If it's far away, Silk Strider might be faster. Healing, you'd have to rely not on waiting. So it might be better to have the Atronach sign, so you don't try anyway. Ah, the wildlife. The wildlife has low agility, so it's very easy to hit them. Is there a survival mode mod for Morrowind? There is. There's two. There's one that's very comprehensive for MWSE, and there's one that's not quite as complicated for OpenMW. I've tried neither. Here's some money. Never-ending Prophecies, Initiation Rite, Trade, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
What?
Let's replace a mark. Off to the Ursulaco Burial Caverns. Off to the Ursulaco Burial Caverns to get the Bone Biter Bow, Soul Sign Pool 4, the Ursulaco Ash Can, Sumido. Ashfall Survival mod doesn't work for OpenMW. Yeah, well, I think there's Ashfall and is it Frostfall? Is the other one? Or that might be the Skyrim one. I can't remember. But one works for OpenMW, but it doesn't have as many features. And I think it's because OpenMW 48 doesn't have a robust scripting scheme, or however you want to describe it. 0.49 does. But even then, 0.49 is like the randomizer. The guy who made the randomizer mod made it for MWSE. There are more features in that. And I don't know why. Like, I don't know what the specific differences are. Like the specific differences in, like, the tools available. There a hunger mod? I think the survival mod has hunger built into it. Uh-oh. Don't block. to go berserk. It's berserking time. And then I berserked all over him. In real life, you can survive for months without food. I don't know if it's months. Well, what's the, there's like a military adage for survival, or maybe it's like a marine thing. It's like the rule of threes. Whoops. I'm gonna die when Berserk runs off, aren't I? You can survive, what is it? 3 minutes, 3 days, 3 weeks, air, water, food. Yeah, but there's also shelter. Is one of them. I think. Like 3 hours without shelter in like a harsh environment, it can kill you pretty quick. Yeah, if you have no water, you're screwed. The body can eat itself. The body can't drink itself. Damn it. I saw a comic. Let's wait a couple months. 3 to 5 days without water. I'm not sure about food. It probably also depends on the environment you're in. If you're in a desert, obviously, water is more important. But if you're in somewhere where it's very humid, maybe it's not as important. I don't know. I mean, it's obviously important, but you might be able to go a little longer. Although if you're in a humid environment, you can probably collect water. Is this going to be enchanted only, 2.0? I don't think so. I mean, yeah, we're using an enchanted weapon, but no, I'm not gonna cheese enchanting like that. Damn it. I could, but I don't wanna. Let's wait another month. 333 is more of just a memorable survival advice than hard rules. Yeah. Be cool if they added hot water springs to the landscape. We can collect clean water. Is hot spring water clean? I guess it depends on the hot spring. Because I know like Yellowstone geysers are apparently filled with like sulfur. And they're very hot. And you have to stay away from them because if you get close to them, you will die. Or you have a good chance of dying. It depends greatly on the spring. Might be hot enough to kill bacteria. Maybe. Or at least any bacteria that could survive... Any bacteria that could survive in a hot spring probably can't survive in you. The appeal of spring water is that... Since spring water is largely untreated, it must be vigilantly tested for parasites, chemicals, and pathogens like E. coli and Giardia. For example, the true appeal of spring water is that its source is pure and its filtration process is natural. But they still got to make sure it's not got the little bugs in it that'll make you sick. Flowing water is safest. You can get from rapids or even a waterfall. I've heard that's best. Yeah, you probably don't want to drink stagnant water. That I would avoid. Is it safe to eat mosquito larvae? Because I would think, like, if you found like stagnant water with mosquito larvae, and I guess if there's mosquito larvae in it, there's probably other stuff in it that you don't want to deal with. But I'm thinking like, oh, it's food, right? If you're like stranded out in the wilderness. What's so funny with Fallout is, in real life, I would be less concerned about the water being radioactive and more concerned about it being just infected with stuff. Like, radiation's a problem, but like, you're probably the background radiation in the Fallout world is probably way higher than you'd get from the water. Yeah, and the survival games are pretty strict with the whole food thing. They could make it so if you don't eat after a while, you get like specific debuffs, and then if you don't eat for even longer, the debuffs go away because the body gets like adjusts or like goes into like ketosis or whatever that whole thing is. Like, I've heard that for people who are in those survival situations, if they have no food, like the first stretch of time, like the first few days is really difficult, but then after that, they don't feel hunger anymore. Like, the body's just like, well, we got no food, so no sense with the tummy grumbling. We'll save that energy for something else. And there's the bone by the bow. Oh yeah, what I was saying, there was a comic I saw where it was like an astronaut was hiking. It was like a webcomic. Astronaut was hiking across this desert planet, but their suit was designed to conserve their energy by helping them move with them, but it would use their biological energy to move the suit. So as the person was running out of energy, it would cannibalize limbs. So then they end up returning to town as a skeleton, walking in a suit of in like a suit, in an astronaut suit. It's creepy. I don't know who would design a suit like that, but it's some body horror right there. Body horror is fun. Maybe that's why I like Morrowind so much. A lot of body horror.
Speak quickly, Outlander.
I assume in that world, they have ways of replacing limbs. So like, oh, I lost my legs while hiking back to town, but hey, I got new legs, you know. What I never got was zombies and hunger. How long can they keep going without food, seeing as they're still mostly biological? Yeah.
There's someone watching me. I can tell.
I mean, at least the 28 days later, zombies at least made a little bit of sense, because they were just, it was like crazy rabies that like happened immediately, and then everybody died after a while because they didn't eat. Like, all the zombies died because they weren't zombies, they weren't dead. Alright, it's 3 o'clock. I'm going to feed the cat, get a drink, and yeah. So, we will be right back. I'll run a mid-roll, and we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Be not alarmed. The camera position has changed because I'm now sitting. Zombie lore varies wildly, though. Original conceptual zombies were magic. Most modern forms are vaguely scientific. So the original zombies This is gonna sound crazy, but it was actually really cool. I took a class. It was like college requires like, oh, you need to have this many credits in like cultural enrichment or whatever, regardless of what degree you get. What qualified was a class called the Global Zombie, and it was literally a class about zombie movies, and we watched zombie movies the whole entire semester. It was awesome, right? But it was actually a bit to learn about it because we started with the original zombie movies from like the 20s with like Bela Lugosi. And it was a movie called what was the first? Was it called White Zombie? First zombie movie. Yeah, it was called White Zombie. It's because a white lady gets turned into a zombie. But it's a zombie in the like voodoo zombie sort of a sense where they're not undead. They're just like they're administered a toxin and then they die, and then the voodoo priest shows up and digs them up, and then they're like a catatonic servant, and he used them as slaves to make like rum or something. So that was the first zombie movie. Very goofy. The 20s and 30s weren't the movies from the 20s and 30s weren't very good, to put it lightly. But it wasn't until Night of the Living Dead that zombies became like these undead creatures, because in the original script for Night of the Living Dead, in the original script, they were never referred to as zombies. Romero called them ghouls, because at the time, ghouls were kind of a vague creature, but they were basically these monsters that lived in and around cemeteries that ate the flesh of the dead, or just ate flesh. Originally coming from Middle Eastern, like Arabian folklore. These creatures called ghouls. They were called something different because, language. But then eventually that form of zombie got mixed with the ghoul from Night of the Living Dead. So that's why we call zombies zombies. It's very strange how it evolved. And Night of the Living Dead is public domain, so feel free to watch it and stream it wherever you want. You can find it online. It's a good movie. Okay, we need to return to Caius. Wasn't it public domain by accident? Yeah, unfortunately. But, although it was from the 60s, so it'd probably be public domain by now anyway. Or is that 70 years? 70 years it becomes public domain? I kept debating whether or not I wanted to get RimWorld. And I think the thing that turns me off is that I'm not... It's the same thing with Kenshi. It's the whole squad-based combat where you have to, like, control multiple people to have them do the combat. Like that stuff, like... I don't know. I'm not good at it. I don't like it.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
But I do like the idea of like a whole... the problem is like these colony sims. It seems cool to build the colony and get it like automated so everything works on its own. But they all have this combat element that I do not like. Like their style of combat. Like, my favorite thing to do in Minecraft is just build like automated farms. I'm trying to think if there's a game like that without much in the way of combat, or like not squad-based combat.
Why walk when you can ride?
Satisfactory? Is that the name of a game?
There's no time for talk now. Go.
Never heard of it.
There is someone watching me.
Hello there. How are you?
I guess it doesn't have to be a colony sim specifically. Like, I just like having the whole, like, these are resources that I can gather. I can gather them slowly now, but then over time I could do research and then make machines that can gather it for me. Then I can have this huge, like, empire of, like, iron trinkets.
Probably.
You know? You just have everything working automatically. With, like, robots and such. I probably spent like 20 hours in Starfield just setting up bases to collect resources and funneling it all to one place. Why? Because I could.
So tiresome.
Manor Lords.
Are you here to start trouble, or are you just stupid?
Manor Lords is the... It's like a medieval colony sim sort of a thing. But can I make robots? Can I make medieval robots to do my work for me? Or do you call them serfs where you're from?
I am busy, so if you will excuse me.
It's more of an army management game. Oh.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
Have I played Factorio? I have not. But I've seen videos of it, and I think that might be what I'm thinking of. Like, I'm thinking of something like that. But I'm not sure. Scary thunder. I always forget if Illinibi's to the north or south. Screw it.
I really don't want you around here.
It's south. Or it's the other way. It's north. The factory must grow. The only place not infested with capitalism. Spies! Is Tim Curry still alive? Or did he die recently? Oh, he's still alive. He had a stroke. That's what it was. Oh, a Nyx hound. I've never seen one of these guys over here. I've seen the mud crab. Come on. Yeah, I remember hearing that he had a stroke. And this was like 5 years ago or something. So I just assumed. I think I might be getting him confused with Alan Rickman. I think Tim Curry had a stroke around the same time Alan Rickman died. Ah. Shirtless man. Oh, did he hurt his, Oh, they hurt each other. Oh, I'm drowning. Okay, never mind. Come on, just hit him. There we go. I hope you like doing weird things in Elder Scrolls because the vids are amazing. Yeah, it is fun to do weird things. Although typically, the way I see it, if the actual run takes longer than the video takes to edit, then the run's probably not worth doing. You know, so like Mayron's Mike did that whole no carry capacity run, but it took him like 30 hours or something ridiculous. I wouldn't do that. I'd rather spend the 30 hours editing the video, you know? But, you know, props to him. Certainly commitment. Like, as slow and painstaking as you might think walking through Oblivion is, it really wasn't that bad. How about a multiplayer run of Morrowind? I don't know. I was never big on... As much as I loved and still love playing MMOs, I was never big on multiplayer games.
I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, bipedal spider. Oh, so would a bipedal spider be an insect? Would a bipedal spider be a bug? Based on my definition of bug. Oh, damn it. There's enemies nearby, but I'm stuck on the ground. Fids gave me a reason, Your vids made me give Morrowind a try, having fun so far, even though I don't know what I'm doing. That's the best way to play. Whoa. Thank you, the Fetter Hobbit, for the 5 gift subs. Uh-oh. Is a man. I'm gonna die. I died. God damn it. Alright, too kind. I've contracted Wither. What is Wither? Reduces my endurance and my strength. Oh, so I could still move around, even though I have 0 carry capacity. So I only have 2 fatigue, so that means I can restore my fatigue even faster. To full. There was a cat hair on that cracker. What the hell? That's the trouble about having a cat. They got their hair everywhere. Does it make the Berserk buff even better? Yeah, apparently way better than I anticipated, too. Gold is just is a suggestion. See, the bad thing about having a cat is all the cat hair. The good thing about having a cat is that if you find hair in your food, you could just be like, yeah, it's a cat hair. And just pretend. It's like, no, I want to eat this food. It's a cat hair. And just pick it out and ignore it. It's plausible deniability. Are they set to 1 through OpenMW shenanigans? They are set to 1 via these shenanigans. Console commands, hooray. I've communed with the Dream Sleeve. Shit. I may screw myself. Did I just drown? Yes. That seems to be what happened.
Your life's end is approaching.
Is it based on endurance? So, the Berserk buff gives you 200 fatigue. If you don't have 200 fatigue when it wears off, you lose 200 fatigue. So I have negative 131 fatigue. This is going to be a problem, because I saved right before the buff ran out. So I may have screwed myself. So what I should do, I'm going to place a mark. I'm going to civvy out of here. And then I collapse. Oh, wait. How long does it take for my fatigue to restore with 0 endurance? Oh my god. What? What does Wither do? Oh, I gotta cleanse that. Where did the buff run off to? It went home. It's weird that I can't rest to restore it. Oh, hype train mode. So it's not... It's not perfectly cheesy. It's not perfectly overpowered, because I still got to worry about the Berserk buff wearing off. That could really screw things up. It's a good thing I made those intervention amulets. Almost there. Family Guy death pose in front of the door. I prefer to think of it like the Yamcha death pose. You just kind of crater into the ground. Why no work?
By what right do you disturb
I
me?
don't know. No Streamlabs? I am using Streamlabs, but emotes are weird. I don't know why they don't work half the time. I thought I had all the settings ticked, but I guess I don't. Okay, we got rid of Wither. BTT. I believe I have that set.
Annoying creature.
Did they remove 7 TV emotes? I have no idea.
Find someone else to bother.
Okay, so turn. We got these two guys. Got him. One Berserk work. Oh, damn it. We gotta wait again. I forgot to save. Does it really not? Yeah, wow, that's strange. I should keep a fatigue potion with me. So how you guys doing? Never played these games besides Skyrim, but I love the lore and your YouTube vids. Thank you very much. You should try the games. Morrowind's pretty cool. It's so exciting! Build will be fine when you get that ring at the end of the game. Isn't there a Skyrim Daggerfall mod? I don't know. I have been playing Daggerfall recently. Save. It's you can attack very fast when you have your speed maxed out. I think that's what makes you attack faster. The semi-binary fatigue bar. Quaternary. Or penitentiary? We're in jail. We are bound by our fatigue. Have you played other CRPGs from this era? I don't think so. I've been meaning to play Planescape Torment. I played it a little bit. It looks like it could be fun. I think that counts as a CRPG. Stop giving me Wither. Some Dream Theater song. Can't use Berserk to convince the gods to make these cheaper. Oh, right. Oh yeah, the fatigue bar is choppy because there's only 4 fatigue. So just tick, 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 and then it's full. Just bowing to me for a second? What was that about? That was weird. Alright, let's heal up. Yeah. I think what could be fun is a run where everything starts at 1, but we can level it all up. Like we can actually add levels to our stuff. Everything starts at level 1 and we start in Solstheim. Make it a nightmare. Dark and Darker has PvP. I guess it's hard to attract whales. Well, it used to be a Nexon thing, so it's probably hard to attract whales without PvP. It's PvPvE. Like Tarkov? I've never played Tarkov. How are we waiting 400 hours? So, the amount you heal while resting is scaled based on your endurance level. Much like how you gain 1 point of health per 10 levels of endurance when you level up. I believe you heal 1 point of health every hour for every 10 points of endurance you have. So with 1 point of endurance, it takes 10 hours to heal 1 HP. So I don't care for PvP. The biggest problem, even though Berserk makes me very accurate, 1 hit knocks me over. The problem with PvP is always the cheaters. The problem with PvP is that I'm never able to invest enough time to get good at it because I get frustrated because I'm bad at it. So it's like look at like Dark Souls, right? Or the Souls games. I never talk about them on stream. The PvE aspects of them, I'm not talking about the PvP. The PvE aspects of them kind of scales with expectations of the player. You know, the first bosses are pretty easy compared to the later bosses. The later bosses are really hard. But your skill level is low at the beginning. So it makes sense that like the early bosses will still be hard because your skill level is low. Like your actual physical, not your level in the game, but your actual ability as a gamer, as a pro MLG gamer. But it's balanced around that fact. You know, you're not going up against, you know, an endgame boss immediately, and then a mid-game boss immediately after that. It's balanced, so it's like, you know, here's your skill level, and here's the boss. You beat the boss, you get a little bit better. And now here's the boss, and here's your skill level. Like, so it kind of, the idea is that it's like lockstep. With PvP, who the hell knows? You could be, here's your skill level, here's the person you're going against. Okay. And here's the person you're going against. Like so you can't, it's hard to learn. Because everything's so, Like they could try to make matchmaking systems, but those aren't perfect. And you could always have somebody who's like been playing this game for 1,000 hours, but makes a new account just to screw with people. So that's my problem with PvP games, is that it's hard to get good. That's called smurfing. Maybe if you had a way to run away with no downsides. Yeah, but then that could get abused and be annoying. They should just, like, introduce ELO sorts of things. So you never get matched up against somebody who's way outside your skill level. Like, they try to do that with, like, the actual character levels. Like, if you're level 10, you're not going to go up against somebody who's, like, level 200. But a person who's level 10 could easily beat somebody who's level 200 if they're good at the game. ELO is tied to the player. Right. Oh, we're going to have to deal with the Corpus stuff because it's giving us skill levels. That's a no bueno. We don't want that. The problem with ELO is as long as there are enough players, it is a fine system. But as soon as player count dwindles, you are getting matched with either pros or noobs. Is it ELO or ELO? Because it's someone's name, isn't it? Isn't it a guy's name? But yeah, it relies on it's ELO. Oh, okay. So it's not an acronym. It's one of those words I've only ever seen written. So it relies on there being a lot of people. Yeah. Well, do that at first. Go with ELO. And then when the player count dwindles, get rid of ELO. Well, this is one way to get Corpus to brutalize you. Jeez, what are our stats going to be out of this? 10. We need to return to Caius. So where would we go if we divine out of here? Actually, we go to the same place, won't we? Nope, Buckmoth. Good. Actually, I guess it didn't matter. Electric Light Orchestra? What a weird way to rank a chess game. Some stats are 0? Yeah, just from... I think that's Corpus drain stats. Yeah, Corpus drains your intelligence, willpower, personality, and speed. But that'll go away.
No.
After we get Corpus cured. Not fair to set the buffed stats back to 1, while not setting stats that are 0? How do you mean? If I use console commands to bring my 0 stats back up to 1, that would technically be buffing me with console commands, so that's cheating. Damn it. Oh, he won't... I'm not the type he likes to deal with. Come on, man. Do me a solid. more.
We make a special
That means not all your attributes are at 1?
Same low
Okay,
price.
fine. But at most 1.
There is someone watching me.
How is he not a slug with speed at 0? So... Speed, or movement speed in the game is related to a plethora of things. One being carry capacity. Since we have 0 out of 5, since we have a feather robe, we have feather robes. So our carry capacity is 0 out of 5 right now. The ratio of your carry capacity affects your speed significantly. So 4 out of 5 I'd be moving really slow. Yeah. Which is why feather. How do I explain it? So like if you have if you have 200 carry capacity and you have 100 bramble plinths worth of stuff,
Please, I don't wish to catch whatever.
your movement will slow down by the same as it would if you had 50 out of 100 or 500 out of 1,000. But by using feather, and we go to 0 out of 5, it's basically the same as having 0 out of 1,000,000. Like, it doesn't matter. It's the same. Pairing that with like athletics and stuff, and the fact that we're an orc. Orcs are just the fastest moving, one of the fastest, orcs and Nords. They're the heaviest races, so they move the fastest because that's how the game works. So movement speed isn't so bad. Now, here's a problem. We got the Dwemer Coherer, which makes us very heavy. Weighs 40. And we gotta bring this to Faith Fear. The weight to speed bug was fixed in OpenMW. It's an option. But it's not on by default. Also, athletics affects how significantly your carry weight affects your movement speed as well. But now I'm wondering, hold on. Morrowind movement speed. How is movement speed calculated? You get the encumbrance effect. Walking speed multiplying by 1% of athletics skill multiplied by athletics run bonus. Oh, this is a mess. Yeah, I don't know. Do I have mark and recall? Ah. Well, actually, would this work? Well, I can get rid of these guys. I don't need those anymore. Because I got my axe. My axe. I need to lose 6 pounds. Bramble plinths. I need to lose 6 bramble plinths. Oh, these are heavy. You'd think a potion of rising force would be light. There we go. Why is that book 3 pounds? Bramble plinths. We notice how much slower I'm moving now? I have 40% of my carry capacity full, but if I drop it, much faster. Yeah, let's see if we can do this. Hold on. See, you slow down pretty significantly. A lot of people, their biggest criticism of Morrowind, and there are even mods to fix it, is to make movement speed faster. But I think a lot of people, when they first play the game, they just pick up a lot of loot. Because they think, you know, Skyrim, it's like, oh, as long as I don't over-encumber myself, I should be fine. Nope. It affects you the whole way.
Where would you like?
We need to go to Devaith Fear, which means we'll go to Vivek. We'll get the levitation
Why
buff.
walk when you can ride?
Always pick the steed. I almost never pick the steed. I don't know why. I just think the other... The lady sign is just so good.
Whatever you're looking for, I'm sure I don't know how to find it.
Usually if I'm worried about speed for a run, I'll just get the boots blinding speed. Yeah, and if you're not playing a mage, the Atronax sign is really good. Ironically. Mage's Guild. But sometimes I would want to max out if I want to get as much health as possible. You got the lady sign. Take the lady sign as like a Nord, and then drink the bitter cup immediately. You have 100 endurance. So you can get 10 health every level. Although a mod that changes it so like it retroactively, your endurance will retroactively upgrade your health, I think would be a reasonable thing to download. Because the idea of you getting health based on stats as you level up, I don't like it. I don't like that design feature. Because then it's like, if you want more health, then you're going to have to focus on endurance immediately. I know you don't have to, because health isn't really super important in Morrowind, but still, it sucks.
So tiresome.
Most common feature in RPG rule sets as a whole. That's how it used to be, at least. I don't know if it's still the case. Strength also gives health. In Morrowind? It affects your starting health. These people are so rude.
This is...
I wonder how high you can get your starting health to be. What's the max strength? Would it be like an orc with strength and combat? Could you be like 65? Could that be the highest? Of 60? Okay. Max starting HP caps at 60 with 85 endurance. I think my country won at the football game. I hear horns and fireworks and people cheering in the distance. I assume you mean football, not football. Non-American football. Ah, soccer. It really pissed people off. I don't care for football. Which one am I talking about? Yes.
What do you want?
So apparently, the reason why American football is called football is because originally sports that were played on your feet were just called football. It wasn't that it was played with your feet, it was just on foot, as opposed to like on horses or something.
Return to me no more.
As opposed to horseball? Right. I thought it was because footballs are 1 foot long. That's what I used to think too, but apparently that's a myth. Or like a misconception.
A visitor? What brings you to visit Yagram Bagar, Master Crafter, and last living boy?
Oh, did I not ask him for the boots yet? Oh, god damn it. I hate when I do that. I leave too fast. Dragon Ball. He sounds like Droopy. He does. He does sound like Droopy. Oh, brother. just, he's just trying to talk through your cheeks. I'm glad you said that because I was trying to place what his voice was. I'm like, it's not a comic book guy. Who is this? But yeah, Droopy. It's Droopy Dog. Oh, it's because he doesn't like us. What if we gave you some money? Shit. There we go. I am the Nerevarine. Oh, interesting. Get my shit. Potion. So apparently the, where the hell am I? Wait. Oh. The term soccer did come from the British, though. It's like association football, so if you're part of the association, you are a soccer. So as is usually the case, the reason why the Americans call things the way they do is because of the British. Everybody blame the British. I'm sure any French people in my audience are already doing that. Or Irish people. Or Scottish people. Or anybody else. Japan also calls it soccer. Saka. That's interesting. They probably also have football. But they... Football, something like that. I know, like Dragon Ball is Dragon Ball, or Drago Ball, something like that. Futeboru refers to American football. Interesting. The drummer is so cool. Love their mysterious lore. Yeah, I mean, and look at this peak physique. He can use it. He he can eat food off of himself. Oh, nope, that's not what I mean by peak physique.
Now, if I could just figure a scheme of classifying manifolds for tri-ply connected surfaces, or even more complex surfaces.
A tri-ply manifold connected surface. Master Crafter. There we go. Okay. I couldn't wait because I'm levitating. Finally represented in media. I too am covered in boils. The fittest dwarf alive. That is true. That is technically true. Well, I guess it depends what you mean by alive. Perhaps all the dwarves are still alive, but they're part of the Numidium. Their flesh bound together. Yes, give me that potion.
May you find me worthy of your attention.
Okay, so now that we're cured of Corpus, we can go back to Caius. Where's my recall? It's still in the caves of hell. Huh. So, I know, so in my Elden Ring video, I made some references to how the Elden Ring lore is actually, there's a lot of parallels to the Morrowind Elder Scrolls stuff. And now I realize with the DLC, it's kind of even more so. Because the horny people, the Horn Scent, were trying to make a saint by putting a bunch of people in jars and fusing their flesh together. And Dagoth Ur is trying to make a god by grabbing a bunch of people and throwing them onto a structure and, like, merging their flesh into a god. But they must share similar inspirations. Oh, there's no real spoilers. This is like background lore stuff that you would only understand if you watched Vadi video. That you're not gonna pick up on just by playing the game.
Where would you like to go? What was that?
Wasn't the Morrowind lore written on shrooms? Explains all the mushrooms. Started a new save for the DLC. Got a lot to do. Well, you just gotta kill Mog and Radahn. They're pretty easy with the bleed build.
I'd be happy to talk. My pleasure, really.
Caius gave us his clothes. I don't care. I don't need luck when I can just be a raving lunatic and just berserk at anything I need to get rid of. Alright, we gotta go rescue Marimilo. Been good seeing you, man. Oh wait, I gotta level up. Oh. It's a man. Without a face. Oh, there we go. Ooh, that was close. Strength, intelligence, and willpower. No, thank you. Me no need intelligence. Me am smart. Me fail English, that impossible. Still half dead, though? No, I'm fine.
We make a special trip just for you.
Where
Say
can I
low
heal?
price.
I need to wait outside of a Vec for a few hours, days, months, weeks. Come on. Why is it illegal to loiter everywhere? Who's gonna stop me? There's no laws in Morrowind. This place is just barely above anarchic. They have an omniscient god who doesn't do anything. You think... Like, he could easily enforce every single law all at the same time, but he doesn't. Maybe because he can't. Maybe because he's not actually a god. He's just a pretender.
This is the end.
God damn it. This is the end of you. It's like Beavis. These Dark Brother Hood Assassins are Beavis. They're half of Beavis and Butthead. Have to play some Fallout 76 for the first time. Have a good rest of your day. See you around, Threnode. You heard me talking shit. Oh my god, he sent Archmage Rat. Oh no, this one doesn't know magic. God damn it. That's the one problem with the Atronax sign.
Speak, traveler.
It eats your blessings. See you around, Fetter Hobbit. There we go. All right, we gotta go into her room and then read a note. Now, you'd think...
Find someone else to bother.
Seriously, you would think I would know how to navigate this place by now.
Not now, Outlander. Head on.
No, that's the High Fane. Ah, here we go. Oh, she's been arrested. Oh.
If you're here for trouble, you'll get more than you bargained for.
Maybe the temple has an agreement with the Telvanni. And the Telvanni are like, our places are confusing, so yours have to be too. And they were like, no, And they were like, then we won't help the temple. And then the temple was like, okay, fine. Because, you know, the Telvanni are confident enough to refuse a god. And that confidence is probably well earned.
I have you.
She has me. Wait a minute. Divine Intervention scrolls. Almost forgot. Yeah, I'll go to Mara and then I'll place a mark near her.
What do you want?
What do you want?
You will.
I always forget. Always.
Speak, traveler.
Can't you be quiet?
Oh, please.
How
By all
wonderful.
means,
Another
ask me
tourist.
lots of questions.
Dumber culture is big on secrets. Seems to be. Still fell 30 points. Yeah, Mafala. Okay, now you can leave.
We are blessed, truly blessed. This is an honor.
Damn it. Okay. The maze designs are meant to represent a continuation of the Daedric way of building things. Yeah, it could be. That could be a way of hand-waving away the awkwardness of the buildings. We didn't design the buildings bad, says Bethesda. It's lore accurate. Yeah, okay. Think it's deliberate? Maybe. Well, I think it's just like that with the Telvanni because their structures are biological in nature, so they kind of grow in their own way. Are the Telvanni Vardenfell's druids? Are they druids? Balmora isn't confusing at all. Ah, but Balmora is a Hlalu encampment or town, which is very... what's the opposite of isolationist? They're very worldly. I guess they're open to trading. Is basically everybody's gold is good. Interventionist. Yeah, interventionist makes it sound a little more aggressive. Cosmopolitan is probably, is a better term. Very cosmopolitan. It's like, you got money? You're welcome here. If you don't got money, you better watch your ass. That's basically Hlalu. The opposite of isolationist isn't salationist. There you go. That works.
You're joking, right?
Yeah, Hlalu is definitely secular, but I don't know if that... Like, you could be secular and an isolationist. That's not... they're not opposites. I think cosmopolitan is the best term. Hlalu is very cosmopolitan, which makes them sound like...
I don't think so.
Like, oh, we love our alcohol. They're cosmopolitan. Redoran is very isolationist. And Telvanni is I want to say isolationist because they don't like people. But they're not isolationist because, like, oh, tradition. They're more isolationist because, like, just leave me alone. Kind of thing. They're very individualistic. I guess that's a better term than isolationist. They don't really care what happens to Vardenfell as long as you leave them alone. While it was adopting the Imperial mindset, they are moving away from the Daedric-inspired Velothi ways, and that's why the Halalu cities are less maze-like. Yeah, I guess that can make sense. And Redoran is still kind of is pretty Velothi, which is why they use crabs as their buildings. They use, like, wildlife. Similar to the Ashlanders, who use, like, Siltstriders as stuff. It's on purpose. It might be, actually. Yeah. I never thought about it like that. Well, if it's not on purpose, it's still neat. Yeah. Aldrum was actually an Ashlander camp in the Second Era? Hmm. I got another phone call, hold on. Oh, no, never mind. I have 1 million books. Oh, good, they're not weighing me down.
Go.
The big crab body was actually a sacred meeting place. Outsiders weren't allowed in. Hmm. And during the Oblivion Crisis, I believe they resurrected it using necromancy and had it fight the Daedra. Yeah, they what? Yeah, so the Scar is actually a giant crab. It's not a mud crab. It's an emperor crab, but it's basically a giant mud crab. And they resurrected it to help fight. I don't know. I don't have a source on that. I don't know where it's sourced.
You again.
It wasn't necromancy, didn't count. They don't mind necromancy on animals. They're fine with that. Their big problem is necromancy on Dunmer. Not even on Dunmer, on non-outsiders. Or, it's fine to do it on outsiders. The Telvanni don't care. And Redoran might care a little bit, but it might be like, when push comes to shove. But yeah, I don't think anybody in Tamriel cares if you do necromancy on animals. Damn it. It's no more vile than what they do to Siltstriders. Yeah, arguably, necromancy is not as bad as this neuromancy nonsense or whatever the hell they're doing. At least, if they killed it and then brought it back from the dead, it'd be dead. It won't be living through this hell.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
Where am I going? Ashlander camp.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price. We make a special trip just for you. Same low.
Were there Great Oblivion Gates at any of the other big cities in Tamriel? I believe so. The Oblivion Crisis affected all of, at least all of Tamriel. I don't know about probably all of Nirn. The Thalmor
We make a special trip just for you.
basically took credit for ending the Oblivion Crisis.
You will die.
I believe, if I recall the lore correctly, and that's kind of how they got a stronger foothold as like a leading force in the Somerset Isles. It's because like, oh, we did it, and then everyone was like, awesome, they did it, even though they didn't. Like I think everybody thinks they saved the world. Like the Argonians is like, oh, there's too many lizards in Oblivion, close the gates. And then the Argonians are like, yeah, we did it. And the Nords probably, I don't know. The Daedra came out into Skyrim and they're like, oh, this place is gross. Everybody's shirtless. And then they left. They saved the Somerset Isles. Yeah. They might have saved the Isles, but they didn't stop the crisis.
Leave me.
It's like, all these cats keep knocking they keep knocking the sigil stones off the towers, damn it. Oh no, I'm going the wrong way.
Tell I'm not going to like this.
Of course, the Oblivion Crisis, we had to watch it in the most boring province. It's like, oh, what province is this? Oh, it's the one with all the people. With all the regular friggin' dudes. Oh, you know, that actually makes me wonder. So you can enchant leather armor. But what is it about leather armor that makes it enchantable? That you like? Can you enchant a cow? Can you enchant a cow's skin? I know you can cast buffs on animals and stuff, but can you a constant effect buff on a leather tunic? Why can't you do the same thing on a cow, or you know, some sort of furred animal? Why can't you enchant your? Why can't you enchant your flesh for a constant effect buff? What is it in the tanning process that inhibits constant effect enchantments on the body? Does a person's biological life sap energy from the enchantment? Is that... see? More evidence that life in Tamriel is magical in nature and not biological. The leather doesn't have a cow soul. So can you not enchant leather armor with the soul of the animal that you kill? Like if you kill an animal, trap its soul, and then make armor out of its skin. Excuse me. Would it not work? It's magic, you don't have to explain shit. But I like internally consistent magic. Enchantment got way less cooler when they made it so you don't actually use the soul to make the enchantment. Oh, you just use the energy of the soul? I love how they absolutely do not put any thought this deep into the lore, and yet here we are trying to understand it like it's like it's archaeology. Yeah. Oh man, this is slow. There's that advice where never take a piece of media more seriously than the creator. But it's just, I don't know, it's just fun to theory craft, speculate. I think that piece of advice typically only applies to when you get upset. You know, never get more upset about a thing in media than the author would give a damn about. Or rather, don't care as much about a piece of media than the creator if it's making you mad. Like, just chill out, man. Oh no, I know you're being sarcastic. It is funny. And I do wonder how much archaeology they put in all this thought about it, and it just turns out it's like, it wasn't anything. Some guy was just screwing around. He was like, oh, this must be some sort of funeral ritual rite, because they found a couple bodies with something buried with them. It's like, oh no, it was just a couple bros just screwing around. Be like, we're gonna mess with people in the future. Let's check it out. Let's all bury ourselves with, I don't know, 3 metal rods. They're gonna have no idea what's going on when they dig us up. Like that one guy who buried, and that one guy who preserved and buried the Cheetos. Unlikely, but sure. I know. It wasn't there. I know that I'm. It's very dismissive to be like, oh, they're just making stuff up, but it's just funny just to think that some people intentionally just trying to screw with archaeologists in 1,000 years. I know they do a lot of research into trying to figure things. Like, they're not going to assume, like, this must be something part of their culture if they only find it in a few graves. But yeah, I think there was a guy who, like, got a bag of Cheetos, preserved them in, like, resin, and, like, put it in, like, a box that's, like, vibration proof, sort of, like, suspended, and then buried it and surrounded with concrete. So it'll be there in, like, who knows how, like, for thousands of years. And some archaeologists will come by and be like, what the hell is this? What is... And the archaeologists in the future will be like, this is probably just a one-off. But if a bunch of people start doing it all over the world, and it'll be different flavors.
Why do you outlanders think you can bother anyone you please?
Whenever someone finds a thing they can't identify a practical use for, it's immediately classified as a cultural object. Yeah. Oh, I don't have any mark put, damn it. I'm gonna have to make this trip again. Unless... I don't even have a mark spell. Shit.
I don't.
Keep moving, scum.
Very brave of them to camp outside of Daedric Ruin. Well, these are your traditional Velothi Dunmer. So they probably worship the Daedra.
Speak, traveler.
Do you have any mark potions? Nope. Didn't think so. The scamp was only attacking you and not them. There you go.
There's someone watching me. I can tell.
Okay, so the third trial, he won't tell us unless we go to Coggerin, but I think we can just go to the Cavern of the Incarnate. Without actually having to bother.
I can already tell. I'm not going to like this.
I wish I had a mark potion. God damn it. That sucks. That really sucks. Where is my recall spot? In the Ministry of Truth. Well. Actually, I think marked scrolls might be, they might weigh less. I'll buy some marked scrolls.
Find someone else to bother.
Aldrun. I believe Lethervari. No. Wait, what? Ah. There's two people in Aldrun. One, and they both sell scrolls, and I'm trying to remember which one. One is named Lethervari, and the other one is named... I think it's also the same initials. Lavar... Vani? Tanner Lurvy.
Outlanders think you can bother
Lethervari is the other
anyone
guy.
you
This is
please.
Tanner Lurvy. Okay. I like to make a little game for myself, try to remember, see if I can memorize the names. Makes scripting easier because I don't have to keep looking up people's names. Ah, yes. Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Much lighter than the potions. I did not hit her.
I haven't much time, so be quick about this.
Watching Morrowind makes you want to make a game inspired by it, but you got zero experience in game dev or writing or anything. Well, the only way to get experience is by doing it. It's not small. Oh no, we need to go to... God damn it. Can you beat Morrowind as Tommy Wiseau?
You're not exactly...
The Cavern of the Incarnate is up there. Oh, I should have just taken a boat from Cull. Whoops, I died. Oh, damn it. Son of a... This game sucks. A mark on target spell. I'd like to have a recall on target spell. Just go away. Boom. Just send them into a pit of lava. Recall Dagoth Ur to Vivek's palace. And Almalexia, so we could have a nice little reunion. Ah, Vec, my old friend.
Oh, come on, leave me alone.
No recall or intervention can work in that place. But I think it can work outside in the first chamber.
I am busy, so if you will excuse me.
Why walk when you can ride?
Oh, scribbly. Could you calm Dagoth and have him fast travel with you? You can command him. He's a creature. You can command creature on him. So yeah, if you bring a guild guide with you...
Find someone else to bother.
I wonder if you can get the second one. If you can command the second one out of the room. And then bring him somewhere. Or if the second one doesn't count as a creature. Yeah, pit Vivek and Dagoth Ur against each other. You make both Dagoths fight. You can't get into the second room without killing the first one, so I don't know. I mean, you use console commands probably. But the second one would win. Because he's a god. How can you kill a god?
Why do you outlanders think you can bother anyone you please?
What a grand and intoxicating innocence. How could you be so naive? When I was in high school, we used to have to do this thing called declamation. It was really stupid. Basically, I had to memorize like some sort of writing and then present it to the class. It was very stressful. I hated it. Ironically, it's kind of what I do now, but I have a script in front of me. And I think it would have been great to do Dagoth Ur's speech. that would be a fun one. And, you know, I was in high school after Morrowind, so if I had played Morrowind, I could have done it. But I didn't play Morrowind until I was out of high school. How long is that speech? Because usually the speeches we had to do were like, they had to be like 200 words or something like that. Had to be, or like, I can't even remember the actual length they had to be. Who dares call me a fetcher?
Deadman, that's who. Oops. I was trying to, like, jump onto him and be like, ah, Gibby. There we go. The Mankar Cameron speech is better? Pff, no, that guy's a dork. Must have looked terrifying from his view. A little bit. I'm just glad that that was like the aimed that perfectly. The one cool thing Mankar Cameron does is call you a cat's paw. I never even listened to him. All my speeches would just be Doctor Who. I memorized like the first 10 digits of pi and its square root for no reason. Was that the name of one of his speeches? The cat's paw of the septums? Oh. But does he only say that if he plays a Khajiit? He recites the square root of pi to a creature who is copying him at the same time. Oh. And is that difficult for a creature that's copying him to do? It's just a list of numbers. You just recite the Elements song by Tom Lehrer. I used to know the whole song, but I don't know all of it now. There's antimony, arsenic, aluminum, selenium, and hydrogen, and oxygen, nitrogen, and rhenium, and nickel, neodymium, neptunium, germanium, and iron, rhenium, ruthenium, uranium, europium, zirconium, lutetium, vanadium, lanthanum, and osmium, astatine, and radium, and gold, protactinium, and indium, and gallium. And that's where I don't remember any more of it. He was copying everything he was saying exactly the same time he was saying it. With no errors. So yes, it would be difficult. But I feel like it would be difficult to do just normally. Numbers or not. Just repeating something someone's saying. Yeah, the Elements song is to the theme of the modern Major General. But with the Elements. And it was written in the 60s, so it's missing like 10 of them. Where is the Cavern of the Incarnate? I usually stop by Calvario first. Scientist Solarian. So slow. Extra damage when you hit the Ashlander. Oh, add like a Goomba Stomp. Morrowind. Can you beat Morrowind with only Goomba Stomps? And you obviously play as a Khajiit. There it is. In TF2, there were boots that increased the damage you did when you landed on players. Mix that with rocket jumping. And the market gardener. Oh, it was so fun. The man treads, I think that's what they were called. Okay, so will this open without having done the Koggeron stuff?
The door is locked and will not open. The star is the key.
The
door is locked and will not open. The star is the key.
Seems like it doesn't. Oh, chopping him in half as you fall down. But that's not as funny. It's funnier if you just smush him. And then just standing there with a bloody axe, like, I didn't get to use it. Yeah, well, it was 6 p.m. or a.m. or something. Let's try again. Try 6 a.m. Nope, gotta do the quest. Damn.
The star is the key.
Alright, off to Coggeron. Actually, like, right over here, isn't it? Should I mark right here? No. Just no clip. Get a plate like Skyrim. What I need right now is a horse. If I eat the horse, then I'll be able to consume its powers, and then I can scale cliff sides quite easily. Alteration only run when? Alteration only. Are there any damaging spells in Alteration? As far as I know, I don't think there is. Reflect? Yeah, but if the enemy doesn't have magic... What are these guys doing here? The modern Morrowind have Dunmer versions of horses? Probably. Probably Guar. Reflect is mysticism. How cool would it be if you could levitate people and then drop them to the ground? I think you can. Like if you're fighting them on top of a cliff and you levitate them, and if you levitate as well, they'll be like, oh, I'm getting out of here, and then they'll walk off the cliff. And then when the levitate runs out, whoop, they fall. If you did the back path, would there be any kills that didn't use magic? Well, if you're doing back path and you need to fortify your health, would you need to find, if you're not using, if you're not going to use any alchemy. Oh, but also it's not alteration, so it wouldn't matter anyway. But if you were to do reflect only, assuming you could just find fortify health potions around the game. Let me think. Who do you have to kill? You only have to kill Dagoth and then the heart. I think. Oh, you also have to kill Dagoth, Vemin, and Vivek. I almost forgot about Vivek. Yeah, you gotta kill Vivek, Dagoth and one of the Ash Vampires. Use elemental shields with alteration. That could be interesting. I'm sure those shields have been used several times by people playing this game. And no one's ever just ignored them because why the hell would you use them? Just dodge the attack, stupid. Or use absorb. Oh, it reduces the damage. Who cares? Is there any other use for those shield spells besides, I don't know, flavor? Or cast a ranged spell to intersect their ranged spells? Or just throw a dart. You can intercept it with arrows and darts as well. Where is Kogorin? Turn up the view distance just a touch. NPCs won't chase you. If you levitate while you're in combat with an NPC, they'll get all like, "Oh, he's flying," and then they run away. So they won't chase you. But if they'll run away off a cliff, that might work. That's what kept happening when I was trying to escort the guild guide up the hill, or up to Red Mountain. I was trying to take the short path, but that requires you to levitate. So I was trying to get her to levitate up with me, but she wouldn't do it. So I had to take the long path around. Come on, dude. Bro. Dude. I thought I immediately died. That would have sucked. You know, I'm not even gonna give him the satisfaction. He can figure it out. I don't know what he has to figure out, but that's just filler words. I should try doing another ranged build. But like with throwing weapons or something. Hello, Daddy Shortlegs. Can you use block with throwing weapons? I don't know. Maybe. But like my marksman video is a bit rough, mostly because that was my first time playing Morrowind again in like years. So I was kind of, I don't want to say rusty, because that implies that I used to know what I was doing. I didn't. But now I kind of have a better handle on how this game works. Okay, he's dead. Corpus Weepings, Dagoth Cup. Play Skyrim two ways. Full-on squishy mage, or a mace shield anti-magic warrior with big armor. Don't want to sit in a corner, not engaging in combat with a stealth bow. Skyrim, it's like how everything becomes crab. Everything becomes stealth archer. Do you have an idea for your next video that you're willing to share? This is what what I'm doing now. This is probably going to be a video. The next video. But it's not going to be like a stream highlight. It's still going to be the typical style of video that I do. Maybe I'll throw in like a clip or two or something. I don't know. We'll see how the scripting goes. Or maybe it'll be something else. I don't know. That's the plan, but maybe it won't work out. Oh, the wrong way. There's an ellipse behind the door. Waiting for me. Conic sections. Clan Fear, no. You think that's no ellipse, that's an ellipsoid? Constructing an internal narrative for and doing a Morrowind genocide run could be a fun idea. That's basically what the vampire run is. Every time I had to go shopping, it was just death. The lock is too complex, but not for my craziness. See? Easy. Just scream at the lock. I'm pretty sure you could do that in Daggerfall. It's like, yeah, there's a lock-picking skill, but who needs to pick locks when you could just bash the door in? How did the Berserk glitch even work? It's not a glitch. It's how it's intended to work. Fortifying your fatigue over your maximum fatigue increases your chances of succeeding at things, because the success chance of things in the game is proportional to your current fatigue divided by your maximum fatigue. Your maximum fatigue being the base fatigue that your maximum fatigue is. Berserk buffs your fatigue by, gives you 200 fatigue. So I end up with like 203 out of 3 fatigue. So when you do the math there, ends up being like, the equation works out to be like 25 times success chance. Because I have 1 endurance. Does it trivialize some of the 1 stat challenge? A little bit. But there's still difficulty. Because I don't have a lot of health. Can't move super fast, can't join any guilds, can't get any training. Yeah, it's current fatigue divided by maximum fatigue. That's what it is. So typically it's supposed to be maximum fatigue divided by current fatigue is supposed to be at most 1. Then you divide that by 2, and then add it to 0.75. So that maximum value would be 1.25. Then you multiply that by whatever you're trying to succeed with. So you could have, with full fatigue, 1.25, 25% better odds. With no fatigue, 75%. So it reduces your odds. But when you buff the fatigue, it's pretty ridiculous. Isn't there a quartet of turtles in this sewer system? I don't know if you're making a joke or if that's actually an Easter egg that might be in here. I don't know. Why can't I join any guilds? Guilds have a minimum attribute requirement. Typically 30 in skills related to the guild. So for the Mages Guild, willpower and intelligence. For the Fighters Guild, I think it's strength and endurance. Thieves Guild, it's agility and something. I don't even know. Are there even turtles in Morrowind? Go away. Okay, good. I'm not over encumbered. I was worried for a second. See you around, bipedal spider. Bipedal. Bipedal. Should we run out or should we civvy out? Civvy out. Well, if we civvy out, we'll end up in Outrun. I want to go to Cull. So we'll... Yeah, whatever. Love to play pen and paper again, but it's difficult to find people to play with. Well, like just your standard tabletop sort of RPG things. There are probably Discord communities you could play with. That wouldn't surprise me. I guess it's not the same, but better than nothing. Cool.
We make a special trip.
All you found are terribly elitist jerks. Yeah. Ain't that the way it works. make your own community and find people. And if they're elitist jerks, tell them to kick sand, kick rocks. Yeah. Online people tend not to pay attention. Oh. Die. Use the word baby, which wasn't appropriate lingo. That's weird. Why would baby not... Was it like a world where the the creatures you were playing didn't have babies, they had larvae? Oh, this is so slow. Please. I should have placed a mark outside of Kagaran. What a fool I are. Baby has a moniker for a romantic partner or something? I don't know. I was always... I understand why a lot of fantasy will use not archaic language, but like archaic sounding language to try to create like the world, to make the world novel and familiar at the same time. So it's like language we don't usually use, but it's familiar enough that we understand what it is, like goblet instead of cup, you know? But I kind of also like it when a fantasy world, they just kind of talk like people. Like just regular people. Like where they don't use like... It's like, would that I could, but I cannot find you. Or I cannot do this task for you. Like that kind of fantasy speak. Like I don't... People don't actually talk... Like, even in a fantasy world, people wouldn't talk like that. Even in your made-up fantasy world where you make the rules for it, I know all the rules of that world. And they wouldn't talk like that. But like, it's just like, just talk like a dude. And it's only, the only people who ever talk like that in the fantasy worlds are, like, sailors in a bar. They talk like regular people. It's like, no, just regular people talk like regular people. They don't gotta be aggressive thugs, or like burly, like, minions or goons or whatever. You know, like, it's just guys. There's a named plant in Jobas's bookshop. His name is Charles. He's great. What? It also kind of irks me when fantasy worlds create their own, like... I don't want to say when they create their own curse words. Like, curse words in a language, I guess, would be fine. Like, in a specific world language. But when they just basically take our curse words and replace it with, like, a different word. So it's like, oh, it's not actually a curse word, but it means the same thing. Just say the thing. Like I hate, as much as I like the Stormlight Archives, I hate it when they say storm it. Because it's like, it's like the joke where it's like, oh, they're from space, so everything is space this, space that. It's like, oh yeah, it's my space bike when I park at the space mall. Don't. Not everything is related to storms. Yeah, there's storms. That's really important. But it's like, it's not like we call things hurricanes because we live in like Louisiana or whatever. We get it. You're from space. Yeah, exactly. Go Space Broncos. But you get my point. Every bird is a chicken. That's funny. But that's because they don't know what they don't know what birds are.
Outlander, what do you want?
Like that. I don't have a problem with Morrowind's curses and, I don't know, their epithets or whatever. Like they sound real because they're using a specific like linguistic model, and they're consistent, and or they have like a etymological history. But like when it's just like, when you're just like, oh, we can't have them saying the F word in my world. They have to say puffle or something. It's just like, just freaking, just curse. Doesn't matter. Like, yeah, Brandon Sanderson, maybe he doesn't want them cursing because Mormons, I don't know. I don't know how they feel about it. But like, just a few F-bombs, come on. Settings need some form of normality, can't be 110% alien. True. Well, yeah, it's the whole mix of novel and familiar. Buy that Talbani bug musk. I'll need that later. There we go. Okay, so place a mark here. Excuse me. A bug. And now we can go to the Cavern of the Incarnate. But even not even the curse words, just like the interjections, the in-universe interjections in Morrowind feel real. Like Vivek. By Vivek. Like it feels like that would have like that feels like a real thing that would have happened. Like it would have developed to become that. If it's done well, you wouldn't notice. It's the ones that stick out that are cringe. Well, yeah, like the Storm It in the Stormlight Archives. It's like, not everything in their culture is gonna revolve around the storms. Like there could be other things. Yeah, the storms happen a lot, but because they happen so much, they're kind of background stuff. If anything, the culture would be less focused on them because they're just... It's like if we had a bunch of words for, like, dust. It's like, yeah, we're surrounded by dust all the time. We barely talk about it because it's just there all the time. It's just part of life. Where am I going? Outrun. Is that what Tolkien managed to do well? The whole make your own fantasy language? I think that I don't know if this is true, but I think he wrote The Lord of the Rings specifically because he created a bunch of languages and he wanted a world to put them in. Like, he made the languages first. Because he was a linguist, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least he was trained. Like, that was part of his education. It was linguistics. I get that it's a bigger deal because high storms are so deadly. Yeah, but they happen so often that it's like it seems they have ways of protecting themselves from it to such an extent that it's just like a natural part of life, and it just circles the globe. It's predictable. And then there's the whole later parts in the books where things go a little sideways. But that's novel. That's new. One more. Oh no, I should have gone to Cull and taken a boat.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price.
Yeah, whatever. We'll go to Vivek and take a boat. He said he wrote
a special trip just for you. Same low.
Tolkien wrote the books for his kids. I think he wrote The Hobbit for his kids. I think that was what it was. But yeah, maybe it's apocryphal. But I know he created his own languages, and he was like, I'm gonna use these. He was very good at making things sound like real words. Like orc and hobbit. Although, did he invent those words, or are they... Because I know he drew a lot of inspiration from Old Norse sagas. How many bramble plinths do you weigh? 6. Like, he didn't create the word dwarf, but he created the plural being dwarves instead of dwarfs. And it's kind of like a Shakespeare thing, right? He didn't create the words, he was just the first person to write them down and people to know it after he wrote them down. Like, they were using those words at the time. Otherwise, imagine Shakespeare, he's just writing all these words that no one knows about. And it's like, what the hell is this person... Like, no one would understand him at the time. Bramble plinths are fantastic.
Leave me.
I didn't put much thought into that. It's the same way I nickname stuff in games. I just, like, and it just makes sounds. But maybe we can retroactively try to explain why it's called that.
Oh, come on, leave
So
me
in the
alone.
past, brambles were a huge issue, right? They would cover pathways and everything, so they'd have to clear out the brambles. But there was a species of wasp in the area that relied on the brambles. And without and you think, like, okay, who cares about the wasps? But the wasps attract certain birds, and those birds were critical to the pollination to a lot of the crops in that region. So instead of just getting rid of the brambles, they cleared the brambles and they put them on the side of the road. But to make sure the brambles didn't blow away because they were kind of uprooted, they'd have to fasten them in place with a plinth. It was like this small rock thing. So we had bramble plinths, and the bramble plinths had a specific weight, and part of the sale of these bramble plinths, because this wasn't like this was like specific farmers would do this to protect their roads. They would buy the bramble plinths, and it would the cost was adjusted by how far they had to travel, because if it was heavier, it would take longer to travel. So then eventually, it came down to, oh, well, if I'm shipping 10 bramble plinths, since they're already making the trip, I might as well buy something else, like some sort of allotment of grain, like 3 allotments of grain or whatever, which also weigh like 2 bramble plinths. It's like adding an extra couple bramble plinths to it, and the price scaled downward. Like, it wasn't linear. Like so if you Like if you were already shipping 10 bramble plinths worth of stuff, adding another 10 wouldn't cost the same as the first 10. Right? So it was like, okay, we'll just add another 10 bramble plinths, so then it's not double. It's like 1.5 times. So that's why bramble plinths became a unit of measurement across the world. There you go. Just schizophrenic enough to be real. I have never heard that as a unit of measurement. There's a good reason for that. It's because it's not. But that's almost how all units of measure come about. At least before we standardized it. It was always just like pragmatic use of... It was pragmatism and commerce. That was always the invention of units. That's where they come from. Channel points got to be bramble plinths. That's not a bad idea, actually. I think just flapping its arms, or whatever the hell was part of it. Oh, come on, really?
Surrender your life to me and I will end your pain.
That's the problem with having one willpower. Oh, I leveled up! Have you shown stuff from Kogurun to the Ashcan? Before Ashcan? I believe I did. Yeah. Yeah, he gave me the riddle. Oh, I can't leave this. When you're waiting, you're waiting. You are stuck. Shh. Oh. Doesn't see me yet. Oh, yeah, it does. I wonder if I could just jump to Calvario. How do people identify 1/8 and 1/16 of an inch? Like, that seems really hard to gauge to me. Rulers have markings. There's 16 markings on an inch ruler, typically. With the halfway point being a longer marking, and the quarter mark being a between the so you have like the whole inch marking, the half inch marking, the quarter inch marking, and then the 1/8 are bit smaller in between those. Some might have a 16th, but that not always. Actually, wait. I think they always do. Yeah. But it's like asking, like, you know, how does somebody measure a millimeter? It's on the ruler. Can I do? Let's try jumping. Whee! Ow. Oh, he's over there. So the reality with a lot of the Imperial system is that the reason why they don't really connect with each other, the different units of measure, is because they were never meant to. You know, a person who's using miles in their day-to-day life as their profession, whatever they happen to do, probably isn't also going to be using inches. A person who's using inches probably isn't going to be using yards as well. Or miles or something like that. Somebody who's using ounces probably isn't also measuring things in, like, barrels. You know, so they had measurements for their specific niche. And they had their own measurements for that specific niche. And it's still true today. I mean, how many people... You know, a tailor doesn't... A kilometer? A kilometer doesn't matter to a tailor. They use centimeters and... Or inches, or feet. Or... meters, you know? It's all very specific to your job. Apothecaries didn't use pounds, they used, like, grains and drams because they needed tiny measurements. Oh no, he's draining my strength. What am I gonna do? See, now this is getting tough because enemies have a lot of health. But, you know, damage is based on strength. Since 2019, the meter has been defined as the length of the path traveled by the light and amount of time, so it's not just because the ruler says so. Well, yeah. That's the specific definition, but I'm talking about how do you tell if you're just measuring something. It's like you just use a ruler. You have to trust that the ruler is accurate, I guess. There's a little bit of faith involved in the manufacturing process of the ruler. But ideally, they're not trying to shortchange you. They're saving money by selling you meters with one less centimeter. Yeah, it does bug me when people talk about how, like, I recognize the utility of the metric system. It's very nice to have something that's, like, you know, tens is cool, decimals, awesome, right? It's good to have something standardized. But it's still arbitrary. It bugs me when people try to argue that, like, the imperial system is totally arbitrary. So is metric. There's no reason why a meter is the length that it is. If they didn't want it to be arbitrary, they should have made a meter, like, not the distance light can travel in 1/299 millionth of a second. It should have been 1 in 100 million seconds or something like that. Like, if they wanted it to be very, you know? Is the distance from the North Pole to the equator. Yeah, traveling through Paris, but it's still super arbitrary. They could have picked anything to be a meter. And if they were remaking it now, the meter should be like 3 times as big as it is, so that they could make the definition be like, or so the speed of light would be like 100 million or something like that. I don't think the light travel thing is user-friendly. Well, they do that because that's constant. You could set specific scenarios, a specific environment, you can get the same measurement regardless of who measures it. Has a lot of easy math to do with water. They did put thought behind it. I'm not saying they didn't put thought behind it, but it's still arbitrary. There's no reason why it had to be water. If anything, water might not be a good option because water is weird. It gets less dense as it gets colder. Past a certain point. There might have been a better material to use. But since water is so common and it's so easy to work with, that's why they picked it. But now that that's the system we have to define the units based on those lengths. So we have to like use weird numbers to be like, it's 1,299,700 whatever seconds. That's kind of weird. Water is very common and we use it a lot. Yeah, I understand why they use water. But it's still arbitrary. It's not based on... It's still bound to our subjective preference. Which, I mean, since we're the ones using the system, then yeah, it makes sense for it to be our preference. But, point is, it's still arbitrary. Like, you could have taken the inch and just made... It's like, times 10, times 10, times 10. And just decimalized it. And it would be no worse than the metric length system. Because you could define everything the same way. What about Fahrenheit then? Like, I could personally barely feel the difference between 18 and 19C. I'd be absolutely unable to feel the difference between 1F. So from that point, I'd argue that Fahrenheit is weird. Yeah, the temperature ones are a little fiddly. But again, still arbitrary. Like, oh, it's water boils at 100 and freezes at 0 or whatever it is. Why water? Could be anything. I think Fahrenheit picked it in a way where I think he might have... I think he put 100 at human body temperature. I think that was the idea. Like, that's what he was trying to go for. But maybe he had, like, a fever that day, or maybe human body temperature was a bit hotter because of, like, more infections or something. Who knows? I think that was the idea. But that's more variable. I think that's what it is. They're both arbitrary, but Imperial has a little bit more, in some of the systems, has more variability in defining it. When you pick water, it's very easy to make it exactly the same for everybody. It's like this water at this pressure at this amount, da-da-da-da. Boom. Everybody can replicate it. It's more easily replicatable. Arbitrary, but replicable. I think that's what I'm getting at. But yeah, temperature's a weird one. I will say, though, I kind of like Fahrenheit more, just colloquially, because I don't know, it's like, it's kind of a temperature range that we exist in. Like, between 0 and 100. Like, 0 is very cold, 100 is very hot. But in Celsius, it's like 0 and 37 is like the major range. Like, everything after 37 is like imperceptibly hot. Like, typically nobody lives in those environments. That's not a temperature range that we experience. But maybe that's just my bias, being used to Fahrenheit. Showed you my scholarly question, please respond. Where is it? Are you some kind of literary studies philosophy guy, like any academic background? Well, I went to college, but it was a STEM degree. I have to take some liberal arts stuff. It gets 40 to 50 in a lot of places in the world. Yeah, but how many people really live in those places? Like, what is 50C? Hold on. 50C to F. 122 degrees. Okay. Well, yeah. That's like deserts. 40 is barely warm. 40F or 40C? 40C is hot. 40C is really hot. 40C is like 100 Fahrenheit. That's above body temperature. Yeah, 37 is a fever. That's the only reason why I know 37 is about 100 F, because it's fever range. Nevada. Well, yeah, you're talking about deserts. How many people live in Death Valley? I don't know. I'm talking about touch. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right, fine. I'm thinking like a bell curve. Like the population. If you have...
In the dawn hour under Azura's star, the door is opened.
If you have 0 and 100 Fahrenheit, I think you could probably find a normal distribution of where people find comfortable. It's like, 50, 60, around that range. Yeah, most people are comfortable with that. But with Celsius, 0 to 100, it's all over here. Here. Whatever side. 0 to 37. It's like, we stay here. Everything over here? No. What was that one thing? It was Kelvin. Or 0 Fahrenheit, cold. 100 Fahrenheit, hot. 0 Celsius, cold. 100 Celsius, dead. 0 Kelvin, dead. 100 Kelvin, dead. You know?
Nerevar.
Why does reaching the 100 matter? It doesn't. Well, the metric system seems to care so much about tens. I don't know. I'm not going to be the one. Let's go Rankin. Everybody, Rankin. Let's go with that one. There you go. I'll be the black sheep here. Rankin, damn it. I don't know. I do concede that Fahrenheit feels more arbitrary than Celsius does, because it's like we know Celsius is based on water. Fahrenheit, it's kind of like what the hell is it? So, I when it comes to defending Imperial units, Fahrenheit is probably the first one I would let. Fahrenheit, if we're on the battlefield and I have all the units with me and we're fighting the Celsius units, we're fighting not the Celsius, the SI units or the metric system, I would probably I would it would be a struggle for me to retrieve Fahrenheit's body. Like, I wouldn't defend him really that much, and if he fell, maybe I'll get his body, but I'm probably not. The birds can have him. That said, I think pounds and ounces is really good, because this is my computer science bias coming through. I think base 2 is pretty dope. 2, 4, 8, 16. It's pretty great. Yeah, base 12 is really good. Base 12 Base 16 ain't bad, but base 12 is pretty good. They tried to decimalize the clock, and it didn't work because everybody realized it was freaking stupid to try to do. Why the hell would you try to decimalize a clock? Just keep it 12s. A pound is... 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds. You can count to base 16 on one hand. That is true. It's a fun way to count because 4 is flipping someone off. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, no. 0, 1, 2, 3. No, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You count to 32. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 32. There you go. I don't know about the 16 one then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was binary. Counting binary on your fingers. So you can count to 1023 on both your hands. Did I just call him a fetcher? Oh. I didn't know the voice lines. You use your thumb to count your other fingers? Well, yeah, but that would be 12, wouldn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Or then do you use the actual fingers to 1, 2, 3, and then 4 at the top? Like each, like that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. Yeah, so I guess you could count to 16 on your hand. Or 12.
No, I don't think so.
I am the Nervarine. Send me to the task. Kill Carvario. You're never going to believe it. Alright, gotta bring a bride. The counting to 1,000 on your hands is very useful if you're neurotically trying to count the number of steps it takes to go from one place to another place for no reason. But instead of counting, like, you know, every step on one finger, you just count to 100 and then put up a finger. So then at the end of it, you know, oh, I have, you know, 16 on my hands. 100 times, 1600, there you go. And then you counted.
Whatever you're looking for, I'm sure I do.
The reason is to find out how many steps. Damn it. I need to know. And I think with that, we're going to end the stream today. This room is getting really hot. That's pretty much how... Until the winter, this room gets very hot. Count to 8 when you carry coffee. Alright. I will see you guys Friday. I might finish the rest of this off stream, so I can get started with the video. And then maybe Friday we'll go back to Tamara Rebuilt. Go back with Chipmunk. Or maybe we'll make a new character. Who knows? We'll have to see. The future is a mystery. See you, everyone.